Okay. I believe we are now live. Welcome. Today is Wednesday, February 24th, and this is a meeting of the Joint Standing Committee of the Environment and Natural Resources for the 130th Maine State Legislature. Today we are here to come to order for work sessions on LD8, an act to support the collection and proper disposal of unwanted drugs, sponsored by Senator Carney, our own Senator Carney, and LD203, an act to increase funding for the St. Croix International Waterway Commission, sponsored by Senator Moore and co-sponsored by Representative Toole, who's of this committee. So before we start, we'll go around and do our traditional introductions, and we'll start with Representative Bell.
Good morning, Art Bell from Yarmouth, Chesapeake, and Long Island, House District 47. Good morning.
Good morning. Representative Ziegler.
Good morning. I'm Paige Ziegler. I represent District 96 in Moulton County, the 7 towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Mountville, Morrow, Palermo, and Searsmont.
And Representative Dudera.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Vicki Dudera. I represent House District 94 in Knox County, the towns of Camden, Rockport, and the island of Islesboro.
Representative Johansson.
Good morning, Representative Chris Johansson, House District 145, the 18 towns between Bridgewater and Sherman. In Aroostook, we say if you're lucky enough to live in Aroostook, you're lucky enough.
Representative Bloom.
Good morning. I'm Representative Lydia Bloom. I represent House District 3 in York.
Representative O'Connor.
Yes, good morning. I'm Beth O'Connor. I represent House District 5, and that is Berwick and North Berwick.
Representative Hanley.
Good morning, I'm Jeff Hanley. I represent District 87, which is Pittston, Alna, Westcasset, and Nahumgeg Island in the Kennebec. Thank you.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Rick Bennett. I have the privilege of representing 13 towns in Western Maine in the state Senate, encompassing towns in both Oxford and Cumberland County.
Senator Carney.
Good morning, I'm Ann Carney. I represent Senate District 29, which is South Portland, my hometown of Cape Elizabeth, and the non-Senator Brenner portion of Scarborough.
And Representative Tucker, my esteemed co-chair.
Hello, Ralph Tucker. I represent half of Brunswick in the House of Representatives, and that's House District 50. Thank you.
And we're also joined by our analyst, Dan Tartikoff, and our clerk, Sabrina Carey, who keep everything rolling and hold us together, for which we are always grateful. And I'm Senator Stacey Brenner, and I represent the other part of Scarborough from Senator Carney's district, Olive Gorham, and part of Buxton. And it is a bluebird day here at my farm. Oh, and we have one more. Welcome, Representative Gramlich. We're just doing introductions. Perhaps we can fit yours in before we move on to our work session.
Thank you. Shall I go?
Yes, please.
Thanks. I'm Lori Gramlich. Thank you. Sorry, I was having a problem with the link. I am Lori Gramlich, and I represent House District 13, which is the lovely seaside community of Old Orchard Beach.
Wonderful. Thank you. So for the benefit of our public observers today and to avoid any surprise or confusion, I just want to walk through our procedure for today's session. Public hearings for both of these bills were conducted on last week, and testimony and documents were posted on the committee website. And my suggestion would be that we take up the St. Croix Waterway bill first and then move on to the drug take-back bill. On each bill, we'll first hear the analyst's brief summary and explanation of the bill. and the results of requests for any additional information that were made during the public hearing. And after the analyst's summary, I'll recognize members for the purpose of making a motion ought to pass for the bill on the St. Croix waterway. That could be Representative Toole if he arrives, or perhaps another member. And in the case of the drug take-back bill, that'll be Senator Carney. We'll commence with the main committee discussion of the substance of the bills. And unlike a public hearing, the main participants are our committee members, not the public. However, we as committee members may ask permission through myself, the chair, to ask factual questions of persons in the virtual attendance, which are those folks in the attendee space, which you can visualize by opening the participant list and then clicking attendees, and you'll see who's in that room. And after all of the members have had a chance to speak, the committee will decide whether it's ready for an initial vote. The analyst will orally outline the motion as presented in the discussion, and a vote will be taken. If there's a minority position, that position will be outlined also. If an initial vote is taken, the bill will be set for a second work session for language review and preparation of the fiscal note. If members wish to shift their vote or modify the substance of a vote, a motion for reconsideration can be requested at that time. Okay. And with that, we'll move forward to open work session on LD 203. And I don't see Representative Toole. Would anyone like to entertain a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Representative Hanley.
Representative Toole is in another committee. He will not be here.
Representative O'Connor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make a motion. I'll make a brief statement. I think this bill is good. I do know that it's in the budget to fund this. I think it's a great opportunity. But just in case we know how budgets work, I think that we should pass this bill and at least send it to the appropriation table for a backup. So I would make a motion that it ought to pass.
I second it.
Wonderful. Thank you both. Representative Tucker.
Could we hear from Dan on that bill?
I guess I could go through my analysis if you want me to. It sounds like that may be a bit moot, except for a couple points that I would highlight. I just emailed that to all of you. You should have received it. As you heard at the hearing, the bill proposes to increase by $25,000 per fiscal year the appropriation to the St. Croix International Waterway Commission. I understand those costs are to support the hiring of an administrative assistant to help with the needs of the commission. As Representative O'Connor noted, and as I provided a selection from the biennial budget, this same initiative is included in the proposed budget. But it's unclear if that will ultimately be included in the final budget document. And the sponsor, I believe, suggested that she would prefer this to serve as a backup in case it is not included in the budget. I would the only other note I would make is I included a preliminary fiscal impact statement from the Office of Fiscal and Program Review, indicating that there will need to be a fiscal note attached. So to the extent that Representative O'Connor's motion is ought to pass, we should just assume it will be ought to pass as amended to incorporate that fiscal note.
Representative O'Connor.
Yes, that would be ought to pass as amended. Thank you very much, Dan.
Is there any discussion? Yes, Senator Bennett.
Just a question about this fiscal note process. I thought you said early on that we wouldn't get fiscal notes typically on bills until after there was an affirmative vote of some fashion on the bill. Is there a reason we got one here?
Yeah, it was a bad first bill to start with. to prove my example. We usually do not. This is a preliminary fiscal impact statement. And so the fiscal office releases these impact statements on some bills, but most of our bills do not get one. The impact statement indicates there will need to be a fiscal note, and it will look largely like that impact statement, but it still needs to be developed. So technically we don't have a fiscal note, but you're correct. I did say that we rarely get fiscal information on any bills, and then we started with this one. So
Yeah, I understand. This has got special.
Right. We usually don't get funding proposals in ENR.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Any additional conversation? Comments? I believe we're ready for a vote. And the question on the table is? I believe we need to do this as a roll call, right?
So Sabrina had indicated to me she had missed the original motion. So I understand it's ought to pass as amended. The motion made by Representative O'Connor, seconded by Representative Gramlich.
That's correct.
We're ready to vote?
I believe we are.
I vote yes.
Oh, are we not doing a roll call?
I think we need.
It's up to us whether we want to or not. I don't see any need for it myself, but if you want one, we can do it.
I thought the rules required it because we're using Zoom and that we needed to get affirmative voice vote from each member for that. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think we have to be able to see each person, but we can do a roll call. Sabrina is there. We can watch Sabrina do the roll call.
Whatever the rules say, I'm fine. I just misunderstood maybe.
Right. Senator Brenner.
Vote yes.
Representative Tucker.
Yes.
Senator Bennett.
Yes.
Senator Carney.
Yes.
Representative Hanley.
Who did you call on that, Sabrina?
Representative Hanley.
I'm sorry. Yes, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Representative Bell.
Yes.
Representative Bloom.
Yes.
Representative Dudera.
Yes.
Representative Gramlich.
Yes.
Representative Johansson.
Yes.
Representative O'Connor.
Yes.
Representative Toole. Currently absent. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Perfect. That is 12 yes, 1 absent.
Well, that's exciting. Thank you, everyone. And I see Senator Moore in the chat thanking us. So, okay, now we'll move on to LD8, an act to support the collection and proper disposal of unwanted drugs. We'll have Mr. Tardikoff give us a summary of that bill.
So I just sent out an analysis and a proposed amendment that Senator Carney can speak to. The bill is LD8, an act to support collection and proper disposal of unwanted drugs. This is sponsored by Senator Carney. It provides for the establishment of drug take-back stewardship programs. It requires certain drug manufacturers, which are defined in the bill, to operate a drug take-back stewardship program to collect and dispose of certain drugs. As noted by the sponsor, LD8 is essentially identical to the committee amendment to LD 1460, A bill worked and voted unanimously by the ENR committee during the 129th legislature. It was not reported out of ENR before the early adjournment of the second regular session of that legislature in March 2020, and it thus died upon termination of that legislature. I've listed for you in that analysis the different entities that submitted written testimony and or spoke at the hearing. There were two small amendments that the Department of Environmental Protection proposed in its testimony, and I've noted them in my analysis. There were some proposals from the Animal Health Institute to amend the definition of covered drug under the bill to exclude from that definition a certain number of products related to pets and animal use. And I've also noted here for you that because the bill proposes in new section 1612.7 on page 6 of the bill, you can see this, that any confidential information submitted to DEP as part of a plan under the law remain confidential. Title 1 of the Maine Revised Statute, section 434, requires that if the proposal is supported by a majority of the committee, it must be submitted to the Judiciary Committee for a public records exception review. For reference, the amended version of LD 1460 had this same proposed exception and was submitted to Judiciary for a full review in July 2020. After conducting that review, Judiciary approved the proposed exception, but that would need to be done again if this proposal is supported by a majority of the committee. I've noted here Senator Brenner had requested that I obtain some more information regarding what are essentially the costs associated with maintaining the current drug take-back system. That system has two primary components. The first is pharmacy-based take-backs. Those are costs associated with pharmacy-based kiosks where you can drop your unwanted or unused drugs, and the provision or sale of mail-back envelopes and drug destroyer type products. There's a number of different products on the market that can be used to render drugs unusable or destroy them, and then they can be thrown in the trash, I guess. Depending on the particular pharmacy, some or all of these disposal options may be provided free or at a reduced cost to consumers. There are costs associated with that for the pharmacy. This information I got from the Retail Association of Maine. Law enforcement takebacks are the other component of the current system. There are costs under that part of the system associated with take-back kiosks that are located within law enforcement buildings, as well as the biannual law enforcement run take-back days, which we talked about, you heard about quite a bit during the public hearing. I talked with the Maine Sheriff's Association, and I also heard from the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, which coordinates on those take-back days. The costs associated with the installation and maintenance of most law enforcement kiosks are covered by DEA and or pharmaceutical manufacturers or vendors. It's sort of unclear. I think the costs are sort of shared, or maybe in some instances they're paid for by one or the other, but I understand most of these kiosks were set up some time ago. In terms of the take-back days, DEA funds all costs associated except law enforcement staff time. So that includes boxes and bags for transporting collected drugs, advertising materials, trucks needed for transportation to disposal costs. And I forgot to note it here, but also DEA does provide staff to help coordinate this. Per the DEA, these costs are estimated at around $60,000 per year, about $30,000 per take-back day. The total county and municipal law enforcement staff time costs associated with the take-back days, per the Maine Sheriff's Association, they've estimated that to be around $223,000 per year. What they did to arrive at that figure was they polled all of the sheriff's offices and came up with a rough estimate of about $1,900 annually for each sheriff's office, associated with primarily overtime staff costs for working at these take-back days. And then that number was multiplied by the total number of law enforcement agencies that participated in the last take-back day, which is 118. So perhaps the cost to a sheriff's office are maybe a little higher than to some municipal law enforcement departments. So that number that figure may be a little larger than it is in actuality, but it's a ballpark figure. Sheriff Joyce testified on the Maine Sheriff's Association, on behalf of the Maine Sheriff's Association at the public hearing. I believe, I'm just checking right now, I believe Sheriff King, who's also with the Sheriff's Association, is here today because Sheriff Joyce couldn't make it, in case you have additional questions about that information. I'm happy to answer any questions about what I've been talking about, and I assume Senator Carney may want to present her amendment.
Senator Carney, do you feel prepared now to present your amendment?
Yes, I would like to. Thank you.
Thank you.
She'll be presenting her motion ought to pass, correct?
Yes. Yes, and I think what I'll do is I'll make the motion and then go through the amendment. I think that's probably the appropriate order. So I would move ought to pass as amended on LD 8 with the following proposed amendments. I will go through the amendments and then perhaps if committee members wanted to ask me specific questions, that might be an efficient way to cover it. So the first amendment is in subsection 1, paragraph D, subparagraph 4, and this has to do with exceptions for products related to pets. And in response to information provided by the Animal Health Association, I propose an amendment to include and prescription pet food in subparagraph 4. That's a very different type of medication than this legislation contemplates pharmacies taking back. The second amendment is in subsection 1, paragraph H. The definition of household pharmaceutical waste currently includes in the bill language useless and unwanted or discarded drugs. There was a helpful suggestion by the USDEA to include in that list expired drugs as well. And so I've made that change. Moving on, in subsection 3, which paragraph E, which is page 4, lines 10 to 18. This was a helpful suggestion by ENR, an organization that does do drug take-back programs. They suggested and emphasized the importance of just having one website that is kind of a one-stop shop for Mainers to go to learn where to dispose of or return unwanted drugs. And so they suggested adding language that would change the program requirements to a jointly operate, that even if there are multiple programs that operate drug take back, that they would work together, the operators would work together jointly to develop and administer one publicly accessible website. So it wouldn't be that there would be these competing websites that Mainers could go to find out where to dispose of their drugs. There would be one central repository of information. I thought that was a really helpful suggestion. The next amendment is on page 4 at lines 41 to 44. That is subsection 3, paragraph J. And this is a change to the awareness targets of the program. I had a helpful conversation with Senator Bennett, who pointed out the discrepancy between the awareness goals in this bill and those in the product stewardship statute that Maine has. And I really wanted this bill to remain consistent with the product stewardship statute. And so I thought it made sense after speaking with him to reduce the awareness program goal, the final goal, from 90%, which is a really aggressive goal and more aggressive than the Maine statute, to an 80% goal, which I think still really kind of prioritizes protection of our waterways and protection of public health. But I think it's a more achievable goal that's more in line with our current statute. There was a proposal by some of the advocates who wanted to significantly change the awareness program and make it more of a public information program without specific awareness goals. I did discount that and did not include it because, again, I want to remain really faithful to our overarching state policy related to product stewardship. The next amendment is on page 6 at lines 10 to 14. And this was requested by the Maine DEP. And it relates to when 2 or more manufacturers participate in a stewardship program, includes the language or if multiple stewardship programs exist. And that takes into account that although there are efficiencies to having a single stewardship program in the state, it's possible that the manufacturers could decide to have multiple stewardship programs. And so I included that as well. The DEP did suggest another amendment. Let me just grab that information. They suggested another amendment to add a reporting requirement that the manufacturers provide an analysis of market share of covered drugs. And I was concerned about that. I gave it a lot of thought. And I very much respect the DEP's role in implementing this legislation. I felt that including that reporting requirement raised some concerns that, two concerns actually. One is that the statute or the bill really contemplates cooperation among manufacturers to determine how costs would be allocated fairly and reasonably among them. And I thought that including this was the request that market share be reported to the DEP took us away from that trajectory of manufacturer responsibility for reaching an agreement and imposed also heavier reporting requirements on manufacturers that may be difficult for them to meet. They may not all agree on how you define market share, and it may generate concerns about reporting proprietary or information that was uniquely related to their competitive position in the main market. And so I didn't see a compelling reason to include it. If there was a dispute about market share and fair and reasonable allocation of costs, there is a mechanism in the statute, the private cause of action, which is really an opportunity for the manufacturers among themselves to engage in litigation to address issues related to allocation of costs. And in the context of that litigation, they could, of course, discover all of that market share information. It could be subject to confidentiality orders that the court system is able to impose. And it just seemed like including that market share reporting generated this whole nother set of issues that really were not central to or necessary to implement the legislation. And then finally, one amendment that I would like to propose that I didn't let our analysts know ahead of time is I've been thinking a lot about the effective date of the statute and concerns raised by the retail industry about how pharmacies really are sort of have all hands on deck related to addressing the COVID pandemic right now. And I also can appreciate as an attorney in private practice, I represented a big pharmacy chain. And I think it is important to have some certainty and predictability as to the effective date when you need this ramp up time. And so I would like to also propose in section 4 of the bill, which is the last section of the bill, that the plans would be due on July 1, 2022, rather than it being keyed to the effective date of the statute. It just increases the level of certainty, and I think would improve implementation, make it go more smoothly.
May I second this motion that we have on the floor for LD8, Senator Carney's bill ought to pass as amended. And thank you very much, Senator Carney, for that thorough explanation.
Thank you both. I believe we have a motion on the floor. and Representative Hanley would like to speak to it.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment I wish to offer as well, if this is the proper time to do it. And that is on the same issue on page 6, excuse me, page 4, concerning the percentage of the effectiveness of this bill. I would like to change those values to 30, 40, and 50% instead of the current values that are there now. And I would like to see that change, that amendment, become part of this motion.
Senator Carney, do you agree to accept that change as part of your motion, or should he bring that up later?
I would ask him to bring it up later. I would not accept it because, again, it's the product stewardship law that sets state policy, establishes certain minimum awareness targets, and that proposed amendment would be lower than and inconsistent with, actually in violation of that statute. And so I would not accept that amendment.
Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I mean, I think that is a reasonable, what I'm offering is a reasonable thing. We can set whatever levels we wish with this statute, with this piece of legislation. And I don't think it's unreasonable to set at these levels. I think it's very unreasonable to be at 80% in 4 years. I mean, most people don't even know who the senator or representative is ever. And you think you're going to have an 80% awareness of this program, in the state, and how are you really effectively going to measure that? I see the bill says an uninterested third party does that work, but what's your baseline? How are you going to really determine this? So I think it's really an unrealistic goal. I'm hoping you'll give it some consideration, accept my amendment, but that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Yeah, I do appreciate your contribution to the conversation. I would just point out that this industry invests a lot of time and creativity and money in marketing. And I do think that given their skill level and effectiveness in marketing, that they could effectively raise awareness of the program. Thank you.
Okay.
Just going to take a break for 1 second from our discussion to remind panelists and attendees that there will be no substantive bill discussion in the chat area of our meeting. That's only to be used for logistics for the meeting. Thank you so much. And Mr. Tartikoff.
Sorry. So I just wanted to very briefly touch on my understanding of the question of market share and reasonable allocation of costs. So what DEP, I believe, was suggesting, and there is someone here from DEP if you want to get clarification, but the bill on page 6, lines 10 through 14 describes a fair and reasonable allocation of costs amongst multiple manufacturers participating in one program. And that can, I think, be fairly simply done within the confines of a program. But what DEP is suggesting, I believe, is if there are more than one program, the costs have to be allocated fairly across both of those programs based on market share. So the way I think DEP is suggesting this be done is that market share be reported to DEP to determine whether or not those costs have been allocated across both programs. If you get rid of that reporting requirement that they've suggested, if you don't include that reporting requirement that they've suggested, then I think it's up to the two programs, if there are two programs, to, I guess, work with each other to make sure that those costs are allocated properly. There may be issues in these programs wanting to share with each other market share data. I don't I don't know if that would be a problem, but in the past, when we've discussed in the context of product stewardship market share data, there have been concerns raised by manufacturers about that being proprietary in some senses. And I would also note the way that the private right of action section is written, I'm not sure it would allow, if there are two programs that are in compliance, I'm not sure it would allow a manufacturer in one program to sue a manufacturer in a different program. That could, of course, be tweaked, but I just wanted to raise that as an issue.
Thank you. That's very helpful to my understanding of the issue, and particularly your point about the private right of action. And so I actually would like to amend my amendment to amend my motion to include that additional language from the main DEP.
Which additional language? Their suggested language that Dan referred to in his.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And I can read it. It would be in section 10, annual reporting requirements, an additional requirement, which would be paragraph L, an analysis of market share of covered drugs by manufacturers in the state, and any other additional information required by the department for determining appropriate cost share. That was included in Mr. Benesky's testimony from last week on page 4. And I do really appreciate, Mr. Tartikoff, your clarification. You helped me look at it in a different way.
And Representative Dudera, do you want to?
Yes, I'm willing to amend my second of that. Thanks.
Great. And Senator Bennett, I believe you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just say at the outset, I'm favorably inclined toward this legislation. I'm glad that you just did what you did, by the way. Thank you, Senator Carney, for your reaching out to me personally, as well as your general approach on this legislation, which is thoughtful and sober and helpful. I'm happy to have that amendment because I was in favor of that amendment myself. So that's great. The question I have is really about, well, I got some similar questions relating to the percentage performance goals, and just on a factual basis in the rest of our product stewardship statute, are those the actual numbers that exist in the other parts of our law, the ones that are proposed in the amendment?
Madam Chair, may I answer? So the product stewardship law sets minimum awareness goals, and they are 50% at the end of the 3rd year of the program, a minimum of 70% at the end of the 6th year of the program implementation. And this situation is a little different, I think, for 2 reasons. One is that we have had a version of product stewardship for unwanted drugs in the form of the law enforcement take-back days. And so there has been already some awareness, that's sort of the baseline of awareness. But in addition, and so I think that it's appropriate to have kind of stepped up goals that are a little bit beyond the minimum. But I think the most compelling reason to have the higher goals is that we're dealing with, for example, opioids that high school students are getting out of their parents' or grandparents' medicine cabinets. And that's one of the problems that we're really trying to address. And we are, during the pandemic, we've seen a heightened crisis in the opioid epidemic, both because treatment has been more difficult. And so I think that in this case, because of the unique public health aspects of this bill, that it is appropriate to have slightly above the minimum awareness targets.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to say, and I'll step back and let others question and whatnot, but enforceability of this provision is really a challenge. I mean, I don't know how we enforce that particular goal of product of awareness. And I would favor mirroring what is in current law elsewhere rather than create two different standards, because I don't really think that this is going to be enforceable anyway. I think that it's an aspiration. And listen, 90% of the people don't know that John F. Kennedy was president. 80% probably don't at this point. So I would favor lowering those into something that I think would be more realistic. But the general enforceability of this is an issue. I'm glad to have the amendment on the new part L, because I think it will help that. And and one final question. Market share has been used as a term, but is this market share based on volume, based on weight, based on cost, based on price? Do we know?
Yes.
Yes, please, Rep. Tucker.
If you look on page 6, it is pretty clear. At the end of subsection 5, it says, costs shall be allocated to each manufacturer related to the market share. And then it says, of covered drugs that the manufacturer sells in the state. So it refers to sales. So my interpretation of that is that it pretty clearly refers to what they sell in the state, not the amount that's collected afterwards or the number of tons, comparing the tons collected afterwards. It talks about that the manufacturer sells in the state. So I guess that would be their revenue from sales. Pretty clear.
And I'd also just like to point out that the legislation does give the DEP rulemaking authority, and they can refine that definition. And in response, Senator Bennett, to your other, the point you raise about how are we going to tell if the awareness goals are met, I think that that's the kind of thing that can be done through surveys, consumer product surveys that could be done by an independent surveying organization. So I hope that we are able, I feel confident that we are able to identify both the awareness levels and also compliance with the program. And I hope that time will bear that out.
Representative O'Connor, I believe you're next. You're on mute, Representative.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Senator. So I have a few concerns reflecting back on what Senator Bennett said. The current program right now with, the goals that are met are not yet being met. And so I have I'm really concerned that we're setting this program up for failure by trying to reach these elevated levels in this outreach. I know that other places like San Francisco actually have an outreach program like this, and they have never been able to reach any of those goals. And so I have concerns about that. I also have some pretty serious concerns about what this will do to the cost of drugs, where some people don't seem to be concerned about the penny or the nickel or the dime that this will cost, but it will inevitably increase the cost of drugs, because I think we know that anything that any increases that are placed on these particular industries, regardless of the industry, the costs are always borne by the consumer. And I think one of my greatest concerns is the generic drug market that is also included in this awareness stewardship program. And so I think, I can't remember what the woman's name was, Ashley Von Meter. I don't know if she's here today, but I'd really like to hear what the associated costs will be that will be borne by the generic drug companies, because I think that's something we haven't discussed. And if she is here, I'm not sure or not, I didn't look at the panelists, but if she is, I'd like to hear about those costs, because I'm really concerned about those. I'm taking care of my elderly parents right now, and they are on multiple generic drugs, and I don't think they can afford to have those prices go up. Thank you.
So I do believe Miss Van Meter is here, so perhaps we could invite her into the space and direct your question to her for an answer.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hi there, this is Ashley Van Meter. If you could just repeat it, I can try to help you go through the question. I should first say that I represent generic manufacturers and biosimilars manufacturers as the trade association responsible for representing them.
Would you like me to repeat what I asked?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So my concerns are with the costs that'll be borne by or imposed on generic drug manufacturers. And if you, Ashley, have, or Ms. Van Meter,
Yeah.
if you have an answer to the cost, what might happen to the increase, to an increased cost in generic drugs, and how those will be passed on to the consumer. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Unfortunately, this will cause a substantial rise in the cost of generic medicines to Mainers. Reason being the way that the formula is left to the manufacturers to decide. The organization that folks belong to, there is a set formula in place that is based on volume. Everybody knows in Maine, after many years of generic utilization, we've reached a level of about 90% of all scripts are generic. And because of that, when you're doing the formulation of who will bear the cost, because included in this formula is also over-the-counter drugs, generics will foot the bill for approximately 80% of this program, which is obviously a problem considering we're some of the most affordable medicines that are provided to Mainers, and we do not reach the levels of branded pharma in our revenue. And I think a fairer formula would be around revenue based in the state. As I said, generics are around 90% of the market at only 20+% of the cost. And then if you flip that, the branded side is about 80% of the cost with only 20% of market share. So anytime you're leaving it to market share or volume, you're putting it squarely on the backs of generics. Also, I should say there was conversation around the percentages, and I believe the comment was made that, you know, these companies have great marketing resources and they have the ability to bring this up to an 80% awareness. I would just caution that generic drug companies do not have marketing departments like branded companies do. So we don't have commercials about our drugs. We don't detail our drugs in the state the way they do. And so the generics will bear the cost of 80%. And also with this awareness campaign, with us bearing most of the costs and we don't have the ability to market the way our branded counterparts do, that's an additional burden that this unfortunately will place on the backs of generic drugs that have provided $1.1 billion in savings last year to Mainers.
Thank you so much, Ms. Van Meter. We'll go ahead and move on with, I believe Dan Tartikoff is next.
So this is jumping back a little bit, but I thought Senator Bennett might be interested in, and I think Senator Carney touched on it, subsection 9 of the bill, which is on page 7, requires a education and outreach assessment to be conducted starting the second year of the program, and then second and third year, and then every 2 years after that, which would assess, among other things, achievement of those awareness goals. The last sentence of that subsection suggests that if the goals are not being met, then the operator of the program would have to propose changes to the program to better meet those goals. And the results of that assessment have to be included in the report that's submitted to the department annually by the program. The other note I would make is I would also have assumed, based on the language that Representative Tucker read, that the market share allocation will be based on the sale numbers, not the volume, as the last speaker suggested. But if there is some ambiguity there, it might make sense to clarify that for the bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tartikoff. I believe Representative Tucker was next, and then Representative Dudera, and then Representative Hanley.
Thank you very much. I plan to be voting for the motion. And one of the key reasons why is the testimony by Sheriff Joyce on behalf of the Sheriff's Association. One of the arguments against having such a program, such a drug take-back program that we're proposing in this bill, was that there's already a program in place, that the DEA is already subsidizing a drug take-back, and therefore we don't need to have this program. It looks to me like the DEA program was a stopgap measure that was designed specifically because of the opioid epidemic and all the suicides that had been taking place. However, I think this program has to be more than just a stopgap program. It has to be across the board and paid for by the drug manufacturers, because the drug take back for the law enforcement is all paid by public money, by us taxpayers, which brings up the question of, where does the cost lie here? We have a serious problem with all these drugs that are sitting around in our medicine cabinets. And if you believe there's a problem, the question then becomes, who's going to pay for it? Is it going to be paid for by law enforcement, by our police department's time, which is property taxpayers subsidizing the take back, by the federal government, who's supplying the costs for incinerating the drugs, or should it be paid for by the cost on the product? In other words, the stewardship principle, that if you put something into the stream of commerce, the costs of disposal of this should be subsumed in the price of the product, so that the more you use the product, the more you contribute towards taking care of the product in the end. I think that the fairest way to do this, and the stewardship principle, which is something I believe in on multiple fronts, is served better by putting the cost of the collection on the manufacturer, who will then include it in the price, rather than have taxpayers, property taxpayers, and the federal government have to make those payments. So that's why I'm going to be voting in favor of this program. Thank you.
Representative Dudera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am in support and will be voting in favor of this bill as amended. And I also wanted to bring up the cost. Statistics just came out the other day. Maine overdose deaths have set a new record in 2020. We sort of thought in 2017 that the opioid crisis had reached its apex, that we were in the worst of it. Well, we're not. Last year proved that, we are still very, very much in the middle of this opioid epidemic. I think that all of us here in this virtual room care very much about trying to stem the tide of that epidemic. We all probably know someone close to us or know constituents who have suffered from this epidemic. And this is something that our committee can do to work on this. You know, we are all saying that we want to help with the opioid epidemic. This is a way to do it. So I will also be voting in favor. Thank you.
Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In the present state, I am not going to be supporting this motion. And there are a lot of elements that need to be, we haven't discussed yet. One of them being the reason we are considering such a program is because people are purchasing or being prescribed drugs that they are not taking. So the problem is there are too many drugs being purchased and prescribed, not used. And so we're never talking about that component, that doctors and whoever else are involved in all of this are over-prescribing, over stockpiling in the home. And there's, you know, we're not even beginning to attack that side of this issue. And that's missing in this bill, certainly. I mean, we haven't discussed, if you want to really understand something, I have drugs in my medicine cabinet that I haven't used at 4 years old. So is it the pharmaceutical company's fault that they're there? No. I asked for those drugs. I purchased them. They're there. They're there because it's my fault. So maybe I'm responsible. And maybe the responsibility should lie with the people that are purchasing and using the drugs or not using the drugs. But again, this bill isn't even going to touch on that facet. And I think that's a real, we're missing the mark there. On the issue about the cost possibility being raised, you know, on drugs, especially the generic drug element. Generic drugs probably are what was the 80% is the volume of drugs that are sold are generic drugs. So they're the biggest, I'm assuming where this is going to be allocated by cost, they're going to be the biggest, they're going to have the biggest impact on any cost increase, and they're going to affect the people that are going to be the poorest. So again, sometimes the ideas we have here are good ideas, but they're not fully thought out. And I'm in this present condition, especially with all the late amendments, I'm not going to support this, but good ideas need to be talked about. Thank you.
Representative O'Connor.
Thank you. Thanks again. I want to reiterate what Jeff has said, that it's in response to Representative Tucker, it's not really big pharma that's going to be picking up the tab for this. The lion's share, once again, is going to be borne by generic drug companies, and which that's going to go right back and affect the price that the poorest consumers pay. And when this bill started out, I thought it was that the market share would be tied to the volume, and the disposal costs they actually lead to the volume. So it seems to me that this bill, the way that it is penned in its current state, is really going to affect the generic drug market more than anything else. And as this stands, there's no way that I could support that, knowing so many hundreds of people who rely on their generics and the low cost of them. I cannot in good conscience raise the cost of those drugs any higher for anybody. So, you know, I'm sorry, but I cannot support this in its current form. Thank you.
Senator Carney.
Thank you. I wanted to comment on something that Representative Hanley said, because the first issue that he raised was actually running through my mind as a really important reason to vote in favor of LD8. He talked about people purchasing more than they can use and sort of overstockpiling of medications. And of course, we see this with, for example, opioid medications that are overstockpiled and then stolen by family members or other people. I think Representative Dudera pointed out that it's a concern for realtors when they're showing houses. And I do think having product stewardship for unwanted drugs will make us all more aware of the overstockpiling problem, because we will be taking our drugs back to the pharmacy and depositing them and disposing of them in a safe way at the pharmacy. And that will, I think, be a reminder to all of us that we should really only be buying what we need and not kind of helping bring unnecessary and unwanted drugs onto the market and into our homes. So I really appreciate you bringing that up. It also reminded me of the situation when my father passed away 2 years ago, and all of the unwanted medication that had been sitting around unused for years and years and years that my family had to address at that time. Regarding the generics, I also wanted to point out that the cost of the program would add 1 cent for every $10 of medication that was purchased or drugs that were purchased. I don't think that that is a huge burden. I would, we could amend the bill to give the department rulemaking process a little more flexibility in understanding market share. Although I have to say, and I disagree a little bit with my esteemed, the House Chair, when I look at the language as it currently exists on page 6 related to market share, it talks about it injects a reasonableness standard, that the cost is reasonably related to the market share. And I do think that inclusion of that word reasonableness gives the department some flexibility in its rulemaking role to address this very problem. This is an issue that was just brought up actually to me yesterday by someone who reached out to me on behalf of the generic manufacturers. And it is challenging when an objection or an issue is raised the day, not at the hearing, but at the work session, the day before the work session. That being said, I appreciate those concerns. And I do think that under the existing law with the reasonableness language in line 13 on page 6, that gives the department enough flexibility to address this issue in rulemaking. And so I would, I guess, urge you all to vote in favor of the pending motion.
Representative Ziegler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, I had 2 questions, and Senator Carney answered I'm always suspect when people say substantial cost increase, aggregate cost increase. What is the individual cost? Well, she just said 1 cent per dollar. That's what we have to deal with. The other issue, Representative Hanley, yes, you had those in your medicine cabinet for 4 years, but the reality is, do you have a place that you can get rid of them? If you get rid of them incorrectly, you're adding to the problem that we have with the water districts, and also the problem that we have in MSW. The reason we have this bill is because we need a proper place to be disposed of. Otherwise, you're going to go back to the municipalities. It's going to be a very haphazard approach, and this will be a statewide approach. It'll be the best way to deal with these drugs for many reasons, but one is that we need to specifically get rid of them in a safe manner. And you should take those drugs out of your medicine cabinet, Representative Hanley.
Senator Carney, did you have a follow-up, Senator?
I think I didn't speak very clearly based on what Representative Ziegler said. It's 1 cent for every $10. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative O'Connor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Senator Carney. Could you tell me when you say the 1 cent per $10, where did you get those numbers? I'm kind of curious if you have a link to or something where I can read those actual statistics and where you get that cost, because I don't know, all my life, my grandmother told me, watch your pennies and your nickels because they add up to dollars. So if you could get me that information, that would be lovely. Thank you.
Yeah, you can find it on the Product Stewardship Institute website. They testified in support of the legislation last week. It's a nonprofit organization that has been working for over a decade, I think, perhaps around a decade, on this issue of providing a safe way to dispose of many products, but in particular drugs. They were behind the federal changes that allowed actually the drug take back programs that states now are running to occur. And they've been working very hard on this issue to try to improve safety.
Thank you. I will look for that. Thank you.
Is the committee ready for a vote? Senator Bennett?
With apologies, Madam Chair. Just want to weigh in again on this because I'd like to vote for this bill, and I'd love to be on the majority report rather than flying off the line. But I have two concerns. One is largely satisfied by the addition of the amendment to that section L, whatever it is, regarding the report on market share and on that piece. And I'm also gratified to hear Representative Tucker's explanation and clarity relating to his reading of the word sale as it relates to market share. So that's I think I'm good on that. I'm really concerned about this what I consider to be a very unrealistic number of 80%, getting to an 80% number. If we could get that to 70%, I would be happy to vote for this amendment.
Representative Tucker.
While everyone is deliberating over Senator Bennett's proposal, I'd like to address the issue of why we have so many drugs. The implication was made that the consumer is the one who decides how many drugs to buy, and that we're responsible for how many drugs we buy. I don't think that is completely true. I can recall going into the hospital for procedures myself, and believe me, these drugs are no longer in my medicine cabinet. For anybody who's interested in where I live, they're not there. You get this you are prescribed when you leave the hospital a big vial of all these medications, and it might be Percocet or Percodan or whatever they call it, and you take one or two. You don't need all the ones they give you. And a lot of times it's not the consumer who is making some kind of conscious decision of how many drugs to buy. It's they're put on you, and that theory I don't think really flies. I think that the drug companies do a lot of advertising on TV to get certain drugs. They advise you to tell your doctor that you want this drug. They've been pushed on us in a major way, and I don't think we can blame the consumers completely for the existence of all these drugs that are hanging around in our cabinets. Thank you.
I'll just use my chair's liberty to comment for a second. As a member of the HCIFS committee, we spend many hours talking about managing prescriptions with legislative solutions. And one of the things I will say is, from a commercial standpoint, from the pharmaceutical industry, the automatic prescription renewal process plays quite a big role in why you end up with so much unused medication in your medicine cabinet. So this issue is addressed, it's just not addressed in this committee. Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies to Representative Tucker. I wasn't accusing him of being the problem. And I understand that it isn't necessarily a voluntary thing, but and a lot of it is, and I think for us to fail to recognize that is not helping to solve any problem at all. A lot of people, when they approach their doctors, they plead for the drugs that they want, and the doctors give them to them. So there's more people that are at fault here than, just the drug company, so to speak. Like I said, no drug company comes into my house and forces me to buy drugs. I buy drugs because I feel I need them or want them or whatever, get prescribed certain drugs like Representative Tucker said. But another point that I think needs to be clarified is that most of the overdose deaths in Maine are due to heroin and fentanyl, and not prescription drugs that are laying around in cabinets. I think far and away, most of the deaths are a result of illegal drugs and not legal. So we don't want to heap too much blame in too many places that it doesn't truly belong. But, it's not an easy solution. Maybe one of the solutions is a fee on the drugs at the point of sale. If you don't, like a returnable bottle bill, if you don't return unused drugs, there's a fee. That way you would force the drugs to be returned. I don't know. This is just, I'm thinking out loud, and so I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Representative Hanley will look forward to submitting that bill next session, perhaps. Are we ready for a vote, committee? I believe we have a motion and a second on the floor. Is that a hand raise, Senator Bennett?
It is. Sorry, I'm fumbling around with my mouse. I would actually like to have I'd like to have a vote on my proposal on a 70% number rather than 80%. And I'm not, I know the existing loss is, 6 years or whatnot. I'm not hung up on when we get there, but I think 70% is a common sense number. I think anything in excess of that is wishful thinking. And I don't like to put wishful thinking in laws. I like to put achievable goals. So, I'd first ask if it would be a friendly amendment to Senator Carney and Representative Dudera. If not, I'd like to have a vote on that. Thanks.
Senator Carney, do you have a response?
I do. I really respect where you're coming from, Senator Bennett, but I think in this case, given the very real public health issue that we're dealing with opioids, given the fact that Mainers are already to some extent aware of the importance of product stewardship for drugs based on the good work that the Maine law enforcement officials and the USDEA have done, I do think that in this instance, the 80% awareness, which is a compromise between what was proposed by the bill last week and what is before what you're proposing, I do think it's a fair and reasonable compromise, but mostly the environmentalist and actually the parent in me wants us to really focus on achieving a higher standard of awareness on this really important issue. And so it would not be a friendly amendment, but I appreciate your desire to have a vote on the amendment.
Okay, do we need to have the question restated? Or are we all set for the vote? From a procedure, that's a procedural question on my part. Yes, Senator Carney.
I think I need a clarification. Do we have pending before us Senator Bennett's motion, and then I didn't motion to amend my motion, and then I also didn't hear a second, and so I'm just confused.
I don't believe we are going to proceed with Senator Bennett's motion. Yes, Dan.
I heard a second on your original motion, so I think that's the motion that's on the floor right now. Representative Dudera just raised her hand to indicate that. As I understand it, your motion is your amendment that was distributed today with the following changes. You'd like to amend the bill in section 3 on the last page to require the submission of a take-back plan on or before July 1st, 2022, instead of 180 days from the effective date. And to also include that paragraph L in subsection 3 proposed by DEP that was not included in the amendment, but was described in my analysis and in their testimony.
That is how I understand it. I believe we're ready for a vote.
Senator Brenner,
Yes.
Representative Tucker,
Yes.
Senator Bennett,
No.
Representative Hanley,
No.
Senator Carney,
Yes.
Representative Bell,
Yes.
Representative Bloom,
Yes.
Representative Dudera,
Yes.
Representative Gramlich,
Yes.
Representative Johansson,
No.
Representative O'Connor,
No.
Representative Toole, still absent, Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
8 yeses, 4 noes, with 1 absent.
Yes, Representative Tucker.
I think now is probably the right time for the no votes to say what their report will be, so that we can know what the no, whether there are two other reports or one other report. I'd like to hear that.
Representative Hanley?
Yes, thank you. The minority report, I would like to have at what I initially suggested for awareness levels of 30, 40, and 50%. And that will be the minority report. Thank you.
And Senator Bennett. Oops, you're on mute, Senator.
Sorry. The first time I've got that called on me. So I will before putting forward a minority report with a 70% number in, so it mirrors current law with respect to stewardship.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Representative Hanley.
I would like to amend my minority report to agree with Senator Bennett.
Representative Johansson? Oops, you've changed your plan. No question, no comment. Yes, Mr. Tartikoff.
Just to clarify, is that an amendment to the original bill, or did you want to take the majority report and make that tweak to it?
We would take the majority report.
Yes,
and just tweak it.
Speaking for myself, I agree with the majority report, except for that one number.
And are Representative Johansson and Representative O'Connor, you are all on that same report then?
No.
No, I would join Hanley's report, but I won't join the higher number with Senator Bennett.
And I also am a hard no on this, on the entire bill.
Representative Johansson, I think I think Representative Handley had dropped his separate report and agreed with Senator Bennett. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
That's correct, Dan, yes.
So in that case, make mine a no, straight no.
So ought not to pass for you and Representative O'Connor.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right. Any other details that we need to cover before we close our work sessions on LD 8 and LD 203? Representative Tucker.
I'm just curious about a likely date that we could come back for our language review and review the fiscal note. Would that be in 1 week?
Could we pressure you to have it done before the 10th?
I would not be able to commit to anything like that. This is the first vote we've taken. I have no idea how quickly the fiscal office will be able to process things. And I understand that the revisor's office is still prioritizing original legislation as so many bills remain unprinted. To the extent I suggest, I'm guessing the 10th is important so that it could be considered at any possible session of the House and Senate. I don't think that's reasonable. I don't think that's feasible. I can try to get this in processing as quickly as I can, but typically we would expect a number of weeks before we would have a fiscal analysis complete and the amendment ready to go. The process the fiscal office engages in involves getting specific feedback from the affected agency, in this case, DEP, and that process usually takes a couple weeks.
So I believe we are planning to gather again at 1 for the solid waste report with the department, which I'm looking forward to. So for now, we will adjourn, look for a motion to adjourn.
So
Actually, no, I don't think we adjourn, right? Because unless our next meeting is totally, just from a procedural standpoint, don't we just turn ourselves off of Zoom and we're still in the same meeting when we come back at 1, right? We're just taking a break.
Okay.
You can turn off your video and just leave your video and audio off, or you can exit the meeting and then come back on, but Sabrina will keep it running.
Okay, but we're officially still in the same meeting when we come back at 1.
Correct, yeah.
Right, great. All right, thank you, everyone. See you all at 1.
Well, Ralph, you're on time. You could have been in the Merchant Marine. But you're wise enough you weren't.
So did you folks hang around at the dock or in the local bars waiting for the ship to go? You get there early?
We usually were in churches praying. Then we would go and we would all sing together shanties down by the dock. And then we go to the bar and we get really drunk.
Yeah.
But
Well, let's be careful. Don't forget, everything we say here might be recorded for posterity. Right, Representative O'Connor?
That's right.
Been there, bought the t-shirt.
Yeah, really?
Uh-huh.
Yes, Ralph, posterity for you and I is not that far ahead.
We are live on YouTube. Good afternoon, Senator Bennett.
Well, good afternoon, Representative Tucker. Good to see you.
Well, I checked out, in response to your question, I looked up Senate Paper 9 on voting. And there's a little ambiguity there, don't you agree?
I haven't checked it out recently, but I thought it was supposed to be, it's probably the way I read it originally. So
yeah, it says, in this setting, you may cast a vote through electronic means as long as the chair is able to both see and hear the member casting the vote.
So it kind of implies that you're supposed to say something, but you can.
It just says that you're able to. It doesn't say you have
to listen to them.
Anything. So I'd be very interested amongst all of us what you're experiencing in other committees. How are other committees interpreting that? It seems to me on a simple vote, raising hands would be enough. But on anything significant, you might want to go through the routine.
I raised that question in taxation, and they informed me that they never take a roll call vote. They always do it by show of hands, which I found odd because in the Energy Committee, every vote was a roll call vote by the clerk. We're not consistent here, so.
Yeah.
I like the roll call because it gives the clerk something to do. and it also is an official, we are an official group and we should have a more or less a procedure that gets followed. That's
Health and Human Services also always did a roll call vote for every bill. And we did a roll call. Yep. And then we did the happy dance when we had unanimous reports.
What about other minor stuff, not having to do with bills, but having to do with miscellaneous?
Just a show of hands. That was.
Yeah.
Yeah. For miscellaneous. Yeah. It was just a show of hands. Yeah. We're good with that.
Yeah.
I like having the roll call on the important stuff because I seem to follow you in the reading of the roll, Ralph, so I know how to vote.
Yeah.
I am so not going there.
Am I missing something there?
Uh-huh.
No.
We are now waiting for Paula Clark. Is Paula out there? Okay. Let's see,
I see Paula Clark's name on the attendee list. She probably need to be let in, right?
Yes. Let's get a hold of our clerk here. Is Sabrina Carey present? Okay. Well, there's
Paula
Clark right now.
Hi.
So I can put my Ms. Clark, are you all set with your ability to share your screen?
I hope so.
Okay.
I had an issue last week with screen sharing, but I'm assuming it will work.
Okay, good. Then let me start the presentation. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Good afternoon to the public and ships at sea. We are here at the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Ralph Tucker. I'm the House co-chair of this committee. Our regular chairperson, Senator Brenner, has to go in and out. She has another responsibility in a different committee. We're here today for a briefing by Paula Clark of the Department of Environmental and the Department of Environmental Protection. And so we will be having her explain the solid waste report, which was issued last month. The solid waste report covers the last 2 years for which they have statistics. And it is located on the Department of Environmental Protection website. You just have to go to DEP and go to reports. It's very easy to find. This is a 23-page report, which is remarkably free of bureaucratic gobbledygook. It's possible it is a good report to read and provides a good foundation for understanding the solid waste disposal picture of Maine. It describes the infrastructure for waste disposal and recycling for the entire state. So unless somebody else wants to make a comment, I'm prepared to introduce Ms. Clark and have her present her slideshow.
I assume that I've been allowed to share a screen.
Oh, yes.
If I haven't been, I mean, that's an action that needs to be taken in order
Okay.
to let that happen.
Very good. Is there any objection to Ms. Clark using the share screen? Okay. You can do that.
Okay, I'll try. What I was referring to was that the meeting host has to allow another party to share screen. That may already be set up that way.
The message here in the chat is she should be all set.
Okay. All right.
So
let's
go right ahead. Do you want to take questions as you go, or do you want to wait and after your slideshow and then have us talk about the report?
I'd be happy to do it either way. It's in a couple of different segments. Maybe a way to do it would be to, at the end of each of those segments, to take questions, but I'd be happy to do it however works best for all of you.
Okay, well, let's do it this way. If anyone feels compelled to ask a question, we'll assume that it's on their mind and they can go ahead and ask a question.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead.
So do you see my slide? Yes? Good. Okay.
We do see your whole screen, so I don't know if that's, I mean, we see the whole thing rather than like.
Oh,
just-
you do? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does it work to make it full screen down in the corner, Paula? you know, the little thing down in the corner. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter. It just makes it smaller for us to see. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I think you want to run the slideshow, like actually run the slideshow. Up at the top, yeah.
Yeah. Is that better? Okay, great.
Yes.
Okay, so good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. I am Paula Clark, the Director of the Division of Materials Management at DEP. And I'm happy to be here this afternoon to talk to you a bit about solid waste in general and more specifically about our most recent solid waste generation and disposal capacity report. As I mentioned before, I will present this in two pieces. In thinking about it, it made sense to me to perhaps provide a bit of a backdrop and some context for the report before getting into the particulars of the report itself, especially for new members of the committee that may not have had the opportunity to be engaged in some of these topics before. An overview seemed to be a good idea. So I'll talk a little bit about the state's planning efforts in terms of solid waste, the materials management solid waste program elements, and just briefly a bit about the management system and the infrastructure that exists in Maine currently. And then secondly, I'll get into a summary of the generation and disposal capacity report itself. So first of all, there are several statutory provisions that guide the state's planning efforts in terms of waste management. The solid waste management hierarchy, this is Representative Tucker's Holy Writ. This is a principal piece in statute that guides our planning efforts. A subcategory of that solid waste management hierarchy is the food recovery hierarchy. And I'll come back to both of these in a minute on another slide and talk about them a little bit more. The third bullet here is the state's solid waste management and recycling plan. That particular plan is established in statute, and the statute requires that the department update that plan every 5 years. The last plan that was presented to the legislature was in January of 2019. So it will be several more years before that plan is revised again and presented to the legislature. For those of you who may not have had an opportunity to look at this particular plan, it's an excellent reference. It's very broad. It establishes, lays out a vision for waste management in the state, goals for achieving that vision. And in this particular report from 2019, the way in which we laid that out was to primarily focus on strategies and actions that could be taken to manage waste further up on the hierarchy. So there are sections that lay out strategies and actions for source reduction, for recycling, for composting. So it's pretty easy to read from that perspective. And it also identifies partners that the state anticipates would engage in some of these activities, municipalities, regions, private entities. So I would recommend that as a good reference if you want to understand a bit more about where the state in a very broad sense is headed with its waste management efforts. The fourth bullet, the product stewardship report and framework law, you've actually talked a little bit about this in the context of the pharmaceuticals bill that you were discussing earlier. The framework law lays out the parameters for establishing new stewardship programs, and the report that the department presents annually to the committee evaluates where each of the current stewardship programs stands in terms of its implementation and operation. And it is also the opportunity for the department to make recommendations about modifications to those programs or the establishment of new stewardship programs. The last report was submitted to the committee early in January. So that is the 2021 report is one that you have already. And finally, the waste generation and disposal capacity report. And we'll focus on that more specifically in just a couple of minutes. Maine's two waste management hierarchies are first, the overall solid waste management hierarchy that you've all heard of and hear of quite frequently in this context of solid waste discussion. Reduce, reuse, recycle, compost, waste to energy, and landfilling. The hierarchy is expressed in slightly different ways depending on the context in which you're reading it. The waste to energy block toward the bottom. Sometimes you will see a hierarchy that talks about processing of waste prior to its ultimate disposal. And there also has been some discussion about whether or not it is appropriate to include waste to energy and certain landfills in the same, at the same level on the hierarchy, particularly those landfills that capture methane for energy. So those are conversations that have gone on. However, this particular hierarchy is the one that appears in Maine statute currently and the one that we focus on in our planning efforts in the solid waste plan. Maine's food recovery hierarchy is a more recent addition. It's a refinement of the hierarchy principles, but as applied specifically to food scrap, organic waste. There are a lot of programs that have grown up around this topic of food scrap and how it should be managed. And this food recovery hierarchy was incorporated into Maine statute in 2016. It provides a fair bit of guidance to the department in terms of the programs that we administer. We do have an organics management specialist on staff who does a lot of the composting work, but is also focused on other ways in which the food recovery hierarchy can be implemented. Next, just a few brief words about the program elements that the department administers in terms of solid waste management. This doesn't completely or fully capture all of the activities that we're engaged in, but it focuses on some of the principal pieces that the department administers and spends a great deal of time on. First of all, there's product stewardship. You are familiar with a lot of the products around which stewardship programs have been organized. Examples are electronic waste, which was one of the first programs that Maine implemented. Architectural paint, this is the Paint Care program, where people can bring back unused paint to retail centers. There are product stewardship programs for mercury-containing products such as thermostats and lamps, and auto switches. So all of these are active programs that the department is currently managing, and we've seen a lot of success with these stewardship programs. And again, the status of each of those is outlined in some detail in the annual product stewardship report that you received in January. Residuals and organics management, another major category of program that we administer. This includes composting, but it also includes the residuals management programs, including agronomic utilization. You have and will hear a lot more about that because of the PFAS issues that are front and center this session, and I know you will be hearing a series of bills on those. But a great deal of time and effort is being put into that whole issue, historic agronomic utilization, and the PFAS impacts from some of those utilization sites. Composting is another piece that the department focuses on in terms of composting organics. This can be food scrap, sludge, any of the organic materials. So there is a lot of activity around that as well. Beneficial use and recycling. Beneficial use is, these are the productive uses of wastes outside of the agronomic arena. Some examples of that are the use of contaminated soils, for instance, as construction fill, or the use of waste wood as fuel in industrial boilers. And there are certain instances where we have worked with companies who are using a waste product instead of virgin material in a manufacturing setting. So those are all examples of beneficial use that the department might become involved in. And certainly recycling, the more classic types of recycling. We have a part of our program that works directly with municipalities, provides assistance to municipalities on recycling, and measures municipal progress toward our recycling goals. The department administers the solid waste diversion grants. This is a piece that was included in statute in 2016, and it established a grant program intended to be focused on projects that would divert waste from disposal, from landfilling primarily. We have administered that grant program for three cycles now, 2018, 19, and 20, and have awarded around $585,000 in total for different grant proposals that we have accepted. Wide variety of projects are proposed under this grant program. Probably the primary one that we have awarded grants around is composting, but there certainly have been other broader types of recycling projects, reuse projects, and food scrap collection that have also been awarded grant funds. The awardees have been statewide from Aroostook County down to York County. And so we're looking at that as being quite successful at this point. Initially, we were doing one round of grants annually, and we've upped that to 2. So we have been doing and intend to continue at the moment a spring and a fall round of grants. The department is engaged with solid waste facilities and activities. Our regulatory programs affect all types of solid waste facilities, transfer stations, storage facilities, processing, landfills. So there is a great deal of work around that. There are rules for each of those different types of facilities and activities, and the department administers that in the field, as well as the more administrative aspects such as licensing. And finally, our sustainability unit also includes the beverage container redemption program. And this has been the subject of a lot of legislative focus in recent years, making improvements to this program. And that is the subject of a couple of full staff time positions that are focused on the bottle redemption program. And a few words about Maine's existing solid waste management system and the infrastructure that's in place in the state. The first thing I'd say about this is that in Maine law, municipalities are responsible for ensuring that their citizens are provided with waste disposal services. There is a specific statutory provision that places that responsibility with the towns. But as you can imagine and understand, how municipalities carry out this responsibility varies greatly from one town to the next. Some own and operate their own facilities. Others contract out for everything, including collection, transfer, and disposal. There are combinations. A town may own the transfer station, but contract out for collection and disposal. So it really is handled in a variety of different ways. And as that unfolds, there are state, municipal, regional, private elements to it. Some of the facilities are regional. They serve regional customers. A good example is the EcoMaine Waste to Energy facility in Portland. A number of municipalities are members of that facility, and it does serve a regional need. Private elements, there are certain privately owned and operated facilities in the state. Some of the transfer stations are contracted out to private entities to operate for municipalities. So there are a lot of different permutations of this. The infrastructure that exists currently consists of these facilities. There are 250 licensed transfer stations. Most of those are municipal, although not all. 40 active landfills. These are municipal. There's one state-owned. There is one commercially operated facility, which is the waste management facility in Norwich Walk. The one state-owned facility, a landfill, is located in Old Town. There are 9 municipal landfills, 3 of which only accept wastewater treatment plant sludge. 19 small municipal landfills that only accept construction demolition debris. And 10 generator-owned landfills that are principally operated by private industry, such as the paper mills, for special waste or wood waste. So those 40 active landfills are, there are 9 of those that serve municipal needs, and the rest are municipal solid waste disposal needs, and the remainder are more specialized. Maine has 3 waste to energy facilities, all of those except Maine Municipal Solid Waste. They accept out-of-state waste. As you probably know, there are seasonal needs occasionally with these waste to energy facilities. If they're not, for instance, taking enough waste in the winter months, because there is seasonal variation in the volumes of waste that are available, they may accept out-of-state waste to make up that difference. And we've actually included some statistics in the waste generation report that outlines that. There is 1 existing municipal solid waste processing facility. This is the former coastal facility or Fiberite facility in Hamden that many of you are aware of. That facility hasn't operated since May of last year, but my understanding is a buyer has stepped forward and that is being negotiated currently. So whether that will be operated in the same way that it was previously is unclear, but we should know more about that in the next couple of months, I would expect. There are 2 commercial construction demolition debris processing facilities in the state. These are the Re-Energy facility, which has been renamed Resource Waste Services Lewiston, and the Aggregate Recycling Corporation in Elliott, Maine. These 2 facilities accept construction demolition debris for processing. And I'll get back to those facilities in a minute when we're talking about the numbers and the actual quantities of waste that are accepted. There are numerous recycling and composting facilities in the state, including 1 commercial sludge composting facility. And we have 1 commercial anaerobic digester that takes organics for digestion from both in-state and out-of-state. So that concludes the general information I wanted to present to you about Maine's system. I can go on to the report or take any questions that you might have about that general information, however you'd like to approach that.
Yes, Representative Bloom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this presentation. I have a couple of questions regarding composting and anaerobic digestion. In order to fully compost, do you need to anaerobically digest? Is that sort of a separate thing, but is it related to composting? That's my first question. And then the air quality regulations regarding waste to energy facilities. I wanted to talk a little bit about that. Have we increased, or have we made more demands upon air quality from these waste to energy facilities in recent years? And so, but first, those are those 2 areas I'd like to discuss a little bit more.
Okay. Anaerobic digestion and composting are really 2 separate activities. You don't need to compost first. The 1 anaerobic digester that is accepting outside organics and is very active in the state is the Exeter Agri-Energy facility in Exeter. They take in organics. They have a depackaging. They have depackaging equipment, so they are capable of taking in, for instance, if Hannaford had food that they wanted to dispose through the digester, they're able to put packaged food through this depackaging unit to get rid of the packaging and then put the organic matter into the digester. So Um, Composting, we really look at that as being a separate activity. There are a lot of small municipal composting operations in the state. There are on-farm composting operations. Individuals do composting. And because of the nature of the diverse operation of a lot of those, not all of that is captured in the numbers in the report. For instance, small on-farm and individual composting, none of that is captured. And although we continue to encourage that kind of composting and hope that ultimately it makes a difference in the volumes that we handle, we're not able to capture it for purposes of this report. On your question about air quality, I am not the air quality expert, and I would be happy to get some additional information from our air folks about that. And as I understand your question, you're looking to understand specifically if the requirements, the standards have increased over recent years. Is that, do I understand that correctly?
What I'm trying to get at is I'm trying to understand, as technology improves and we have better scrubbers on waste to energy facilities, for example, I'm interested in, because I see that as something a lot of people are concerned about burning, but if we do it properly and if it meets air quality standards, I want to know more. Why can't we do more of that, I guess? And I know in that hierarchy, it's not a priority, but I just wanted to learn a little bit more about the effect on the environment and, how is new technology being incorporated into the waste to energy facilities?
Okay. I'd be happy to get some additional information for you about that from our air quality people. So.
Thank you.
So the report itself, the main waste generation and disposal capacity report, the statutory requirement is that the department submit this report biennially to the legislature. This is the first year that we're on the biennial cycle. In past years, it was submitted annually. So this really is the first time that we're submitting 2 years instead of just one to you in a single report. This report was submitted to the committee in January of this year. And it's important to point out that the focus of this report is principally municipal solid waste, construction demolition debris. So this is the waste that's generated by households and businesses. Although many of our waste handling facilities handle special wastes, things outside of the municipal solid waste realm, such as sludges, various industrial wastes, ash, that sort of thing. This report focuses specifically on municipal solid waste, since a number of the statutory goals in Maine law look to reduce volumes of municipal solid waste, focus on municipal solid waste recycling programs. I'd point out also that special waste is really, it's tracked a bit differently than municipal solid waste because of its nature. It's a very diverse category. There are many different types of special wastes. And the reporting requirements really would not allow us to cumulatively address that. There is special waste, by way of example, that goes into the state-owned landfill at Juniper Ridge. But this report acknowledges that, but doesn't really focus on the volumes. We track special waste on a facility by facility basis, but again, it would be difficult to to produce cumulative numbers that were meaningful in that regard. So this report focuses on household and business waste and looks at its generation, how it's recycled, the volumes recycled, and ultimately how it's disposed. We use several different data sources that are available to us, including, but not limited to, we have annual waste facility reports that are required by rule, that are submitted by those facilities. There are requirements for regular reporting from the stewardship programs. And more recently, there is a statutory provision that requires reports from recycling brokers, which has been a very important piece for us to have, in that it allows us, I think, to do a much better job on recycling, reporting recycling data with some accuracy. This table is directly from the report. This deals with municipal solid waste, and it reports 2 years, 2018 and 2019. And for this purpose, the numbers are, they're a bit different, but they're somewhat comparable. I'll focus principally on the more recent numbers, the 19 numbers. So a couple of things that you can see from these numbers. First, the MSW that was landfilled and disposed in a waste to energy facility is roughly comparable. There was a bit more disposed through waste to energy. The number is a bit higher, but it's fairly even in that respect, landfilling and waste to energy. You can see that the vast majority of that MSW that was generated in Maine was disposed in Maine. Very little of it was disposed out of state. It really is incidental, and I think that it was the reason that out-of-state disposal happened was that it was connected to a logistical issue. Border towns perhaps taking waste to New Brunswick or New Hampshire, but again, it is an incidental amount. The second part of the table indicates materials that were recycled. So the first category, that's your a lot of your classic types of recycling, the plastic, metal, glass, and it also includes the stewardship program materials recycled. So incorporated into that number are things like, the number of discarded lamps, the paint, those kinds of things that are part of the MSW generation number, but were recycled in some fashion. Other MSW recycled, this is primarily scrap metal, which is handled separately, usually from other types of recyclables. And then there's a category for the reported MSW composted and anaerobically digested. The MSW that's being referred to there, that's organics. It's primarily food scrap, other types of organics that lend themselves to composting and digestion. The other thing that you can see from this table is that the recycling rate increased a bit between 18 and 19, but it is still lower than it was in 2017. And we'll get back to that point in a minute on a different slide. The next slide is similar and shows the disposition of construction and demolition debris, how it was managed in the state. And I would point out specifically that this table reports only the construction demolition debris that was generated in Maine. This doesn't account for any disposal of out-of-state demolition debris or processing of out-of-state demo debris. So in 2019,
Ms. Clark, could you explain to everybody what construction and demolition debris consists of?
oh, sure. It's a broad term that really, if you visualize what you think construction and demolition debris is, that's pretty accurate. If you tear down a building, it could be anything from the wood, if it was a wood structure, the bricks, the roofing, some of the content of a demolished building might wind up in demolition debris, such as the carpeting, the piping, that sort of material. In some cases, there is an effort to pull materials out before CDD is taken for disposal. Things like metal, for instance, that's an easy one. But it really is, it's a mixed waste stream and is composed of a lot of different types of materials. Again, a situation where an incidental amount of mixed CDD was disposed of out of state. I don't know the circumstances of that, but I suspect, again, it was probably a border town, and the having to do with the convenience and the cost of taking it to a closer facility that may have been on the other side of the border. The next category, processed CDD sent to a landfill for daily cover, shaping, and grading. And the fourth category, processed, actually the next three having to do with processed CDD. That reflects the situation when construction demolition debris is sent to a processing facility. In this case, likely one of the two that I mentioned earlier. The material is processed and it heads in different directions. Some of it may be made into new wood products. Some of the wood may be processed for use as fuel. And then a lot of it is used in landfills as daily cover or shaping and grading material. As I mentioned earlier, the processing facilities do accept out-of-state waste as well as in-state waste. But this table reflects only the main portion of that. It's, I think, an issue that many of you have been aware of recently because there has been a fair amount of controversy around it in terms of what constitutes main waste. And it is this situation where out-of-state waste is being sent to main processing facilities that is the focus of that discussion about what constitutes main waste. In Maine, by statute, and this is a statute that was amended by the legislature last year, there is a definition of waste that is generated within the state, and that definition was amended by the legislature last year after a lot of work on the part of the committee around that whole topic. So this may be an issue that comes back to you at some point this session. So getting back to the table, the processing facilities may do one of several different things with the construction demo that they process. Some of it may be turned into new wood products, such as the situation when they send chipped wood to Canada, for instance. There is a manufacturing facility that produces a form of particle board that type of waste wood might be used in. It can be used as fuel, and as I mentioned, it's a significant amount of it is used in landfills for daily cover. So when you look at all of that, there is no statutory goal or requirement for CDD recycling, but as you can see, it's relatively low, 2.4% for 2019. And in large part, that is due to the fact that there simply isn't much infrastructure there to actually process CDD and turn it into useful products.
I interrupt you for a moment. I think Representative Bloom has a question.
Thank you. You say there are 2 commercial processing facilities in Maine that sort CDD waste. Where are they described? What are their, where are they listed in your list of facilities that you showed earlier? Do they have names?
I didn't put the names of them on that list. I think there was a bullet in the previous slide that just said 2 commercial CDD processing facilities. And they are the Resource Waste Services Lewiston in Lewiston and Aggregate Recycling Corporation in Elliott.
So they're considered recycling operations.
They are licensed as processing facilities. Yeah, right. And the result of that processing may be some recycling.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand how we're identifying all of these waste management operations, because there seems to be processing, recycling. Those are
yeah. So in this particular case, probably the easiest way to think about it would be that the trucks of mixed CDD go to one of these processing facilities. They sort it. For example, part of their operation is to pull out the wood from construction demolition debris. They pull the wood out. They process it, they might chip it in a certain way for a certain use, and then they send it off to the manufacturing facility where it is recycled into particle board. So the recycling itself doesn't occur at that facility, but they process the waste for recycling.
Senator Brenner. Senator Brenner has a question.
Thank you, Chairman Tucker. Ms. Clark, of that 853,000 tons, what percent or what figure is coming from out of state?
In this table, we calculated only the Maine generated numbers for purposes of this report. So that 853,000 tons was Maine generated CDD that was disposed in Maine.
Do we have a number for what these 2 facilities brought in from out of state?
Yes. I think I have it. The Resource Waste Services facility in Lewiston accepts far larger volumes than the ARC or Aggregate Recycling Corporation facility in Elliott. In 2019, the Lewiston facility received about 236,000 tons of mixed CDD, and ARC about 49,000 tons.
And that was out of state.
It's a mix. It's primarily out of state. I don't have the percentages in front of me, but of that 235, about 177 was from Massachusetts, 38 from New Hampshire, and 21 from Maine.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay. And just on a final note with regard to this table, as I mentioned, when you look at the actual recycling rate of 2.4%, it's pretty low, but that really does reflect the fact that there isn't a lot of infrastructure for managing this waste. And the cost of transporting it, particularly if you're thinking of rural Maine, northern Maine, the cost of transporting it to, for instance, Lewiston for processing is prohibitive. And so we continue to give a lot of thought about ways in which we might be able to increase that recycling number for CDD, but at the moment it is quite low. So generally, progress toward statutory goals. In statute, there is both a state recycling goal and a per capita disposal reduction goal that are expressed in Maine law. The state recycling goal is 50% of municipal solid waste by last month, and we clearly did not achieve that. In 2017, the recycling rate was 38.1%. That dropped by 3 points in 2018. This year, well, the most recent year, 2019, we saw it increase a bit more. And indications are there is evidence. I've had some recent information from Kevin Roach at EcoMaine. I think that he has seen evidence that the markets may be upturning a bit, and we may see some improvement. I would point out, and we'll talk about this again in a minute, but 2018 was a particularly bad year for recycling for a variety of different reasons. One of the major impacts that we saw was from the policy actions that occurred in China, and the bans on their importation of recyclable plastics, cardboard, paper, and so forth. That rippled throughout the world, and it really had a major impact on pricing and on our ability to recycle. The disposal reduction goal is expressed as a per capita disposal rate. The baseline was 2014, and at that point, the per capita rate was 0.57 tons. And you can see that that's increased steadily. I don't know all the reasons for that. I can, I think we can all speculate what those reasons might be, but it has increased, obviously. And we've not seen the decrease that the statute is aiming for.
So Paula?
Yes.
Could you again address what is the practical link between the China sword policy and the reason why recycling at the municipal level has been going down? What is the economic link there?
Well, it really, it affects in a very, very major way the markets for recyclable materials. A lot of the materials were going to China, were being turned into recycled products. When China put bans on the importation of those materials, all of a sudden, the United States did not have the ability to send those recyclables, out of the country as they had previously. And there was a glut of materials. We do not have the recycling infrastructure in the country. And, although it's growing, particularly at that point when this really hit hard, we really were not equipped from an infrastructure perspective to be able to ship those materials, those recyclables, to domestic facilities for recycling. And
So in other words, like if a town was running a recycling process, they could sell those recycled materials for cash, and that would help pay for the recycling operation, right?
Right. When the markets were good,
Yeah.
Maybe they made a bit of money off certain recyclables. Maybe they spent on certain recyclables, but it was, overall, it was a net gain. And that changed radically. And so the impact on the municipalities occurred in terms of the cost. And I have another slide in a slide or two that talks a bit about those numbers. But the cost of handling those recyclables increased dramatically.
Because they couldn't sell that stuff anymore.
Right. The market just wasn't there for it.
Representative Dudera.
Thank you. I don't have my picture on because I'm having to come so close to my screen to to read the little writing. So Paula, the disposal reduction rate is what is generated and disposed in the landfills and in waste to energy, but it doesn't include just what's brought to the landfill. Is that right?
It includes what is actually disposed, either in a landfill or in a waste to energy facility.
Okay, so it doesn't include anything that's brought to the transfer station to be recycled.
No, it doesn't.
Any of that stuff that's burned or put into the landfill.
Right. And so, as we're looking at that disposal reduction goal, one of the principles is that as we are more successful in our recycling efforts and our reuse efforts, we should see a corresponding drop in that per capita disposal rate.
Right. And so is CDD part of that too?
Yes, I believe that for this purpose, MSW and CDD were combined for this number. We tracked them separately, but I believe that they were combined for this purpose.
Then I just have one more question. When you said that we were not able to recycle, reuse the CDD, the construction debris, and you mentioned that it's it's very costly to transport it in Maine, and then you also said we don't have the infrastructure. And I'm just curious are you talking infrastructure in terms of transport, or are there methods that other states have that they are recycling, reusing construction debris, and we don't have that machinery. Is that, I'm just curious.
Well, I think that, as I mentioned, we have two commercial processing facilities, and really those are the only two processing facilities for CDD that we do have in the state. If we had more processing capability, it's possible that we could process more of the in-state CDD and, actually beneficially use it in some way. A lot of focus has turned to actually sorting materials as buildings are being demolished. But as you can imagine, that's difficult and it's expensive. But there is a lot of conversation nationally around that, actually deconstructing buildings to ensure that the various components are being recycled to the maximum extent possible. It would be difficult to implement, but I think there are examples, that you can point to of it happening either with certain companies or certain projects or that sort of thing. So that's another way that you can get there.
Thank you.
Okay, we can move along.
So these slides are basically following the outline of the report. The report has a section that talks about disposal capacity, and there's actually a list in the report of each of the operating landfills and the projected life that they have remaining. Of the 9 operating landfills that accept MSW and or MSW ash, that estimated life ranges from 3 to 35 years. The 3 operating waste to energy facilities obviously don't reach capacity in the same way that a landfill does, but currently licensed, they have a combined capacity of 550,000 tons. I would point out that the PERC waste to energy facility in Orrington is licensed for more than it is actually accepting currently, since their existing operating model is not to run at full capacity. So we looked at all of those numbers, the capacities for disposal, and the overall conclusion is that we have sufficient disposal capacity in terms of both waste to energy facilities and in landfills for at least landfill capacity for at least the next 10 years. There are a lot of factors that can influence landfill capacity and whether or not additional capacity will be needed. An obvious one, linking to our success in terms of recycling and diverting waste, that can significantly impact positively the landfill capacity question.
Excuse me, could Representative Hanley ask a question, please? Mr. Hanley?
Yes, thank you, Representative Tucker. Yes, thank you. Yes, Ms. Clark, thank you. It's a very good presentation. I have a question. Do you have any, or do you track the energy output, the electrical output of these waste energy station facilities?
That is information that is available to us. I don't have that in front of me, but I believe that is available.
Okay, but that's not something you normally are required to track?
No, it's not part of our regular tracking in the reporting that we require.
Okay, thank you.
Could I follow up on that a bit? Do you think that changing waste into energy can be considered recycling? I've heard that argument made that if you change MSW into electricity, that's recycling, but it doesn't seem like recycling to me, but I wondered how that debate goes.
Yeah. It is not considered recycling, based on the statutory, the regulatory definition, our, consideration of the hierarchy. It is not technically considered recycling. It, there's no arguing that turning waste into electricity, if it has to be disposed of, there's no arguing that that's a good thing, certainly. But, for a variety of reasons, we would consider recycling to be taking a waste material and turning it into some type of product or a material that is useful.
Okay,
One more.
go ahead.
Could it be classified as a form of reuse? Is that a possible way to classify it?
If you look at the, again, the definitions and the hierarchy and kind of the philosophy behind it, it's not really reuse either. In a broad general sense it is, but if you look specifically at the definitions and consider the waste hierarchy, it would not be considered a form of reuse, although it is certainly preferential to just burning a waste or just landfilling it without producing energy from it. And actually, that point that you raise is one of the points that has been central to the bottom couple of rungs on the hierarchy. And there are those that would argue that there should be some modification of those two bottom rungs for either landfills or waste to energy facilities that produce energy. I'm not advocating for that, but I do want to point out that is a discussion that has been ongoing.
Okay, back to the slide.
And finally, the final sections of the report talk about fees and pricing, industry consolidation. So just a couple of points about those things. In our evaluation of this year, we found that municipal solid waste tipping fees, this is at main landfills and waste to energy facilities, generally ranged from $40 to $100 a ton. There's variability for a host of different reasons that I'm sure you can all imagine. CDD tipping fees, construction demolition debris, because it is a waste that's managed a little bit differently. The tipping fees they're very similar, but a little bit different with a slightly lower average cost for disposal. A very important point is that influences a lot of the decisions that municipalities have to make around waste management is that the average per ton cost of recycling municipal solid waste is a lot higher than disposal. It is cheaper to dispose of waste. It's cheaper to send it to the landfill, in particular, than to send it for recycling. And the difference in costs is very significant. I did a particularly poor job in putting that third bullet together, so let me explain that. I referred to both mixed recycling and single stream recycling. And those are basically the same thing. So currently, the average is about $128 per ton for recycling. And between 2017 and 2019, municipalities saw a per ton increase for recycling of 829%. Obviously, that's very, very significant. Those percentages were based on the fact that in 2017, that average cost was around $15, and by 2019 had risen to $141 or $142. Another factor that influences this entire system is that pricing currently really does favor virgin materials over recycled content. It's a lot cheaper to make a new plastic widget than to recycle plastic to create a widget out of recycled plastic. And that really is influencing the recycling rates and our ability to recycle some of these materials. So we do expect to see continued impacts because of these factors on Maine recycling programs in the immediate future. Excuse me, although I mentioned earlier that there has been some indication that there may be some shifts, but at the moment, that is what we expect. And finally, we do think that given our examination of the tipping fees, how the facilities are operating, that those fees are competitive, and we don't really see any significant changes to that in the immediate future. This piece of the report, this requirement to include an evaluation about competition appeared, it was many years ago now, when there really was a very focused and deep concern about competition within the industry and how that might influence pricing and affect municipalities in particular. But that is not something we've seen in recent years. And with that, I would be happy to answer any additional questions you might have.
Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Clark, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. I very much enjoyed reading the report one evening, and I have just a couple of targeted questions. On page 8, you indicate that of the 487 municipalities, only 104 presented you with a recycling progress report. And I'm just wondering if you have any feedback as to what could encourage greater feedback from your municipalities about their recycling progress and how much information we're lacking and in terms of an accurate read on what the percent of recycling looks like. Are they not presenting a report because they're not recycling, or?
That could be the case. I think there probably are some municipalities that are not doing a particularly good job with recycling, but I think more importantly, there was a change in 2019 to the statutory language concerning municipal reporting. It was in part intended, I believe, to make it easier for municipalities to report. They didn't have to report as much or as frequently. And it caused us to come up with a different reporting mechanism, a different form for reporting. And I think that part of this may have been due to some confusion on their part about what this change was and not understanding, the old way versus the new way. And I know the staff has been giving that a lot of thought and are looking at ways to connect with the municipalities to make the reporting as simple as possible and hopefully do better next time around.
I have additional questions, Chairman Tucker, if that's okay.
No, please go ahead.
I have a question. There was a mention about one of the suggestions was to a closer look at food scraps and composting, food scrap collection. I'm just wondering if you have in your travels come across any ideas that are innovative or worth trying here in Maine that you've seen in other places. As a farmer, I'm particularly fond of my compost pile and what it does for me and my farm. And I'm just wondering if you have anything you've come across that would be worth us considering as a legislature.
Yeah. Well, I think that most of the food scrap that is being collected is currently is being either composted by someone or is being anaerobically digested. A lot of our effort within the department has been on trying to provide information and assistance, and actually some of our grant monies have gone toward this food scrap collection systems. And that seems to be a piece that if that collection can happen in an efficient way, we've seen good examples of the composting rates really increasing significantly. And so our staff has been working with municipalities and others to try to put collection mechanisms in place to ensure that that material gets to a compost facility or to a digester. In southern Maine, you have those small companies like Garbage to Garden. Those are great, but they function principally in urban settings. Mm-hmm. So it really is a different set of problems from one part of the state to the other. And we're trying to focus on a lot of the weaknesses in those different systems and trying to provide some support where we can.
And if you would permit me one last question.
Go ahead.
Glass markets. What would a lively glass market look like? What have you seen in other places?
Actually, I am not the glass market expert, and there's a lot of movement on that right now. I have there's a staff person in our sustainability unit who has been very engaged in this dynamic glass market discussion. And she's been participating actually with NERC, which is the Northeast Recycling Group. And they have been working on glass in particular. If you would like to hear from her, she could give you a much better response than I could on that specific issue. And she is on the call if you want to let her in to respond. Megan Pryor.
Okay, let's bring Megan Pryor into the panel. And perhaps you could stay there, Ms. Clark.
Yeah, don't go anywhere, Paul.
There she is. Look at that. Magic. Welcome aboard.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can.
Yes.
Okay, great. So if I understand, Senator Brenner, your question was in regard to what is working for glass markets in other places? Yeah, so there are a number of different factors here. So just a quick overview. I serve on the Northeast Recycling Council's Glass Committee, and one of the projects that we are currently working on is writing model legislation for minimum recycled content requirements for glass containers and fiberglass. And the committee is pulling in stakeholders from across the industry to work together on this model legislation. So we're talking to people in the recycling world. We're talking to people that manufacture glass packaging, fiberglass manufacturers, collection haulers and collectors, as well as MRFs and recycling facilities. So that is one approach that we've found, looking at different states and different policies, has been effective in other places. So while it's a little bit different, California has a minimum recycled content requirement for containers sold into the state. And from what we learned talking with industry stakeholders in that state, it seemed that once that requirement was set in place, there was a little bit of a lag, but after a few years, more robust infrastructure started coming into the state to meet that demand. And they also saw there was a minor and brief price increase, and then that also leveled out. And the end result is that they have robust glass recycling infrastructure in the state now. A lot of the problem in the Northeast, and I don't want to ramble on too much here, but a lot of the problem in the Northeast is that we had a glass container company, manufacturing company that closed, that was located in Massachusetts, and previously was able to use a very high percentage of cullet because they were producing brown bottles, and you can use mixed glass in that. And that facility closed, and shortly afterwards, a processing facility closed that a lot of glass was also going to. So essentially right now we have good glass recycling infrastructure for the bottles that are covered by our redemption program, but we have some issues when it comes to the glass containers that don't get collected through that program. Do you have any additional questions?
No, that's so helpful. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Pryor, why don't you stay with us, okay? Why don't
Sure.
we just keep you on the panel for now and go to Representative Hanley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first, I got a question and a comment, but the comment, of course, is around the food scrap recycling. I went on a tour to the Exeter plant that uses food scrap to produce energy, and that is an eye-opening experience. It's well worth the trip to go out and see that. They take and digest the food scraps into methane, and the methane is used to fuel. I think now they have 2 huge generating engines, and they produce power, and they recycle everything back to the dairy farms. Quite a show. On the local level, though, for food scraps at your house, do what I do. I may feed my chickens everything. I recycle food right back into eggs. Works every time. Now, I do have a question about solid waste and the incredible increase that you mentioned earlier, Ms. Clark, about 825%, I believe, in single stream recycling. Is that a result of the fiberite plant in Hamden? Does that have any bearing on that price increase?
No, I think it's broader issues at play that I mentioned previously that really are causing that cost to rise. There were some impacts from the Hamden facility, but these numbers that we're talking about in terms of recycling cost really extend, beyond the state of Maine. The factors that influence the cost are not all within Maine's control.
Okay. Do we have a breakdown? Excuse me. Is it okay to go with another question?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So do we have a breakdown of costs? Do we have anything that we can say, this causes it, that causes it? Do we have anything like that we can look at for actual reasons for these increases, other than China not taking on recycles anymore?
Megan, you might know if there's something specifically in terms of cost breakdown. I don't know what that might be.
In terms of the cost breakdown as it applies here in Maine, we know what the cost increases were in general, and we know what the factors were. I don't know of a single list that would answer that question directly, but another part of the markets in China tightening up restrictions was that the amount of allowable contamination, which is unwanted materials in a bale of recyclables, was also much more strict. So in addition to there being fewer end markets for the material to go to, those that were taking the material had the leeway to be very picky about what they would accept in terms of the quality of the material. And that meant more sorting. It meant slowing down, in some cases, slowing down the processing line for sorting through recyclables, and additional staff time to make sure that the bales are very clean when they're shipped out. So there are a number of different factors, but a lot of it really comes down to the ability to set pricing higher for entities that were buying recyclable material.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Representative Ziegler.
Yes, and thank you, Ms. Clark. It's nice to see you again. And I want to thank you for the help that you gave me last year in regards to the glass machine. And actually, I want to address Senator Brenner's issue. I have a bill in for organic waste using the Vermont state as a model, and I'd be glad to talk to you about that. And the other issue is around glass recycling. DEP has a grant program, and I think, Megan, you were part of it, if I'm not wrong, for the Unity Area Regional Recycling Center, which you will hear me talk about ad nauseum. And we have gotten a small glass machine, and what it does is it produces sand-like glass. And this doesn't have to be an aggregate used in road construction. It can be used in lieu of sand. It produces a fine, very fine granular sand. And so that coming forth is very inexpensive, and we're working with it. We've had a few hitches, but if this progresses, then a lot of if we get EPR bill through and we have to recycle within the municipalities, you'll be able to do that rather well and rather easily and rather cost effective. And there's markets in Canada right now, transportation to that market, although it does pay per ton well, transportation costs are high. So there are markets available, and there is technology that's allowing us to move forward on glass recycling so we can move away from plastics and use more glass. Does that answer any questions for you, Senator? Does that answer any questions for you, Mr. Chairman?
No, that's fine. Ms. Clark, did you want to pull in any of your other colleagues to address any of these questions?
I don't think so at this point.
Okay, they don't even want to say hello to us?
Well, they can.
Why don't we have them say hello and tell us what their role is?
Okay. Well, in addition to Megan, Brian Beneski is on the call. Brian works in the sustainability unit. He and Megan were both primary contributors to this report. They did the data gathering, a lot of the analysis, and the writing. And for those of you, the veteran members of the committee, those of you who knew Carol Sofrino, Brian is now working in Carol Sofrino's old position.
Okay. Mr. Beneski, welcome to our panel.
Thank you very much.
I want to apologize to you for neglecting the DEP when we did our hearings on plastic bags and also on the drug take back. We forgot about the DEP and we forgot about you, and we just left you in the queue. It's our practice usually to let DEP testify right after the sponsor, so I apologize.
That's okay. Well, should be plenty of times in the future to be up front.
Okay. Could you contribute anything to this discussion that we've been having about recycling and about stewardship programs?
Well, again, with the recycling, I think it all kind of hinges on you need end markets for the products, and that's what would, if you have a market for the product, then your price will your price for that recycling material will increase. So in the big picture, that's what we need to do, is encourage markets for recycling and recycled products.
The report that we've just looked at seems pretty hopeless on the surface. It's just hopeless. Why don't we just give up on recycling? Why don't we just burn as much of it as we can? And throw the rest into the landfill. And if you ask the town managers, some of the town managers, the penny pinching ones, they look at this cost difference, and that's the where they're going. So where are the recycling evangelicals to want to cheerlead for recycling? Where's the hope? Can you generate some hope for us?
You know, one thing I've heard, and I would mention, I've heard a number of people say this, that, you know, the recycling situation in the markets are, you know, somewhat like the stock market. When things go awry, it's generally not advisable to pull all your assets out, and that over the long term, you hope for things to level out and to make some gain. And I think that's true. It's more difficult, obviously, in this situation because municipalities have these financial choices to make. But I think just looking at it broadly from that perspective makes some sense. The department's advice to towns who have asked us if they should abandon their recycling programs is to encourage them to continue. I mean, there reaches a point, you know, if they find it financially infeasible, you know, and they can't do it. But generally speaking, we really have been encouraging continuation of recycling programs and hoping for, you know, an upswing at some point and the addition of new markets.
I mean, if the cost of recycling has gone up 600 or 800% in the last few years, is there any chance that it could go down 600 or 800% in the next few years?
Well, it's possible, I suppose. I don't know if Megan, you have a perspective on that.
Mathematically impossible.
Well,
My math might be off, but you got the idea.
Yeah, if I could speculate a bit. So there are a couple different factors. There are definitely a lot of companies that are interested in recycling the products and packaging that they produce. But I still think it will take a lot of concerted effort by advocacy organizations and the like to really kickstart the domestic recycling investments that we need in infrastructure. There are planned facilities opening. The Northeast Recycling Council, NERC, which Paula mentioned, puts out I think it's quarterly report on new investments and planned openings of entities that are recycling material domestically. And not to sound too hopeless, the other thing that we mentioned in the report and is something to keep an eye on and consider is the Basel Convention took effect in January of 2021, and that did impact some of the market capacity for plastics internationally. So we definitely need to focus on domestic investments, but I do think that a lot of people are aware of that, and hopefully we'll have a lot of policymakers paying attention, trying to funnel funds into that. Thank you.
Further questions or discussion?
And if I could, Representative Tucker, there was one additional staff person that had joined us, and that's Victoria Eleftherio. Victoria was queued up to speak to any, if any, issues concerning landfill facilities came up in any detail, because her group has been managing landfill licensing, compliance, and operations for the past few years.
So will we be seeing Victoria in the hearings coming up?
Only time will tell, I guess.
So what's your view of the landfill situation here in the state of Maine?
Well, I mean, I'd like to think of landfills as useful as an integrated solid waste management strategy in Maine. Certainly, they're the lowest rung on the hierarchy, so we would like to see management options higher. But they are certainly needed and useful as a part of that structure.
Okay. Any questions, comments from the peanut gallery? The panel.
Yes, I didn't know we were going to get religious on this issue. The evangelical moment.
Okay, I guess it looks like we're a bit worn out here. Anybody else want to contribute? Well, shall I conclude this meeting?
Indeed.
Okay. Thank you very much. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Paula.